Hi, everybody. This is Allison from AllyKat Creations. How are you? Please like, share, subscribe, hype my channel if you have yet to do so. And if you get anything from my work, a Connect on Epiphany and Mind Explosion, a new book to read, a new author to explore, artwork to create, please consider supporting my work. All the links will be after the live in the description box under the video after the live. Hi. AllyKatCreations211.com is where you could see all my work. It's a portfolio. It is not a buy site. So if you're interested in purchasing anything, please email me. I do everything privately. We're going to be working on our hyper-realistic and fire horse, unicorn horn, shattering the ball. And then I have channel memberships. I am losing channel members. I don't know what's going on, but that's okay because we are arriving at the reality where everything's going to be chillax. So I'm already there tuning in. But I do have channel memberships and you guys get oracle card readings. You guys get special emojis. You guys get a whole lot for a little. But it's also getting beautiful excitement happening on this channel and it supports me. So thank you all to the channel members that are here. I appreciate you, but I appreciate all of you regardless. I want to thank everybody that was able to be live last night. It was late. It was on Eastern time with Michael Zinn. That was a phenomenal show. I really want to thank everybody for showing up for that. I did not know what to expect, but it was mind-blowing. And Michael's an awesome person and really excited to have future shows with him. And then tomorrow, we're going to have our favorite friend Arnie and Jesse Blaze Snyder, whose dad is Twisted Sisters frontman, Dee Snyder. So it's going to be really fun, exciting, beautiful experience tomorrow. Also, vote for Freya. Vote for Freya. It's America's favorite pet, and she's in third place currently. And you could use you. I did not know about any of this. I just did it at a whim. I thought it was really cute, and she made the semifinal thing, and then they're like, "Oh yeah, you can vote for her." So there's 10 days worth of voting, and every few hours I go to check if I can vote because I can't afford it. I just put one free vote every time. But she's in third place. And I know most of you guys have been voting for her, so I do appreciate you guys. I really do. I appreciate you guys. Regardless, it's fun. And I got to get inspired today to get Freya and me some very similar cosmic background with our angel wings. That's what okay. So Allison needs to make her like something similar to that in a shirt, and that's really like why I was um doing that because I want to make a t-shirt for her. I'm doing my best, guys. I'm back to work and lots of craziness going on at work. Not bad, but cray cray. But I want to say hi to everybody. Hi, Scott. Aho. Hi, Ashmaya. Hi, Miss Ivy. Hi, Miss Charlene. Hi, guys. Oh, my goodness. Oh, Miss Charlene. It's okay. Hi, El Sunray. Yeah, thank you everybody for yesterday. I was not expecting it to go there. And for those who were there and got to read some of the chat, the person that was writing in the chat a lot and Michael was highlighting, that person is in a program. And I'm not here to judge or to navigate any negativity. Not here for that. But it's a program. It's a program. We had someone show up in the chat and just was not necessarily against what I was saying with the quantum stuff, but it was from their perception. And I kept trying to reiterate in a very positive and neutral manner that you create your reality. You and only you can perceive, feel, embody, walk, and experience from your perception. Unless you have the capability of like jumping into someone else's shell and really embodying them, your reality is yours to experience, to feel, to do, perceive. And even quantum, it's all theoretical at this moment in 3D. Therefore, it's not proven. Therefore, it could come from any 1,000,000 directions. It's how you're interpreting the information. I don't know, but what I've been doing has been working. Hi, Reperception. How are you? Welcome. Welcome. So yesterday was really a phenomenal show, and I hope I have more of those incoming. I just really excited for tomorrow's live. I'll be live tomorrow. I know. Yesterday I got home from work and we're going to get into the energies. I promise you we are. It's a lot. It's a lot of energy right now. And that those energies are batshit cray cray. Batshit. Batty! Crazy. Before I do, I gotta light a candle here. I made this one. These are ones that don't not have gems. They do have black salt. I don't even know if I can get to the one down here. Nope. I need a different lighter, but that's all right. So we've been on a lull on the Schumann resonance. It has been although many of us have been, I've been super, super exhausted. Even when I was off, I was like doing the night owl thing because all my energy started like popping through at night. I get a lot done at night. And then I would be burnt out during the day. Well, then work, you gotta wake up at 5 o'clock in the morning and get, it's been really rough this week. Thank you, Arnie. And Arnie's going to be on with me tomorrow and Jesse. We're going to have a blast tomorrow. I'm really excited for tomorrow. I'm really excited. And these energies, I was like telling my teacher, I really need my coffee. I need a coffee machine at work. Um, mind you, fix my charger here because my phone is not all the way charged. Crazy shit. Okay, so the Schumann's been on a lull, meaning we're seeing gridding happening, and for me, this is Allison's interpretation of Schumann. That when you're seeing the light spikes coming down, that is your downloads. That is cosmic. Even though it's the pulse of the earth, we're all one. All of it's one dichotomy. So the light's coming in and we're seeing it calm, but we're seeing a lot of gridding happening like this. Grid, overlay, grid. It's densifying. So you got to look at the top of the Schumann resonance as if it was a different density and dimension, and it's just shooting down. Okay. Hi. That was the other day. That was literally last few hours, last night, yesterday, a little bit. And then we kind of calmed down, and I'm gonna like just blow this up a bit. But you see, do we see the gridding? So we went from to now we're spiking again. We're there. It's just on the top. We're spiking again. We're coming in. We're getting spiky roonies. We're shifting. We are shifting. And that is as a collective. Individually, we're all shifting different, but we are shifting. The current frequency is at a 727. That's really low, actually. But I'm noticing when we're calmer, the frequencies uplift. And then when it's spikies, it goes down. And that's a trend I've been noticing. Our beautiful Italian chart here. If you really scroll in, we got Saint Germain of the Violet Flame coming in. We got a lot of activity over here happening. We got some Violet Flame in coming here. We got Violet Flame. The geophone field is, and the electric field is it's chill. It's not like high. You see, it's just a little bit. It's quiet. It's great. That's. But I have been noticing that, like, I'm recalibrating my nervous system. I've been shifting. Doing a lot of work, a lot of work when it comes to taking moments during the day, putting my hand on my heart, and recalibrating my nervous system. And also then forward into I'm arriving at the reality. I'm feeling peace, calm, unity, wholeness. And I'm feeling the frequency coming out of my heart. Weight off the shoulders. The world is off your shoulders. What does that feel like? That's what I've been emitting, and I'm starting to see some different. Yes, the universe is testing me. Yes, it is. And it's also getting my neurological brain to stop the backward programming that it's still sort of looping in. And those are hard programs when you're not aware of them, that they're running. So I am slowly becoming cognizant of what has been running in the background and subconsciously, and dispelling those codes. Code obsolete. from a dead past timeline. We used to call certain people in my high school group Nahoy. It's a thing from high school. Yeah. So good news is that Allison did a 4D presentation for our 4D members. I got to revamp the whole fucking thing. Why, Allison? But why? Because there is such a thing as quantum clairvoyancy. There's a term. No idea that it existed. Oh, it exists and it has a terminology. We'll look it up. There's also quantum spirituality. So I gotta go back and redefine things. Okay. Allison works for Pirate Nation. And we have a cereal called Mateys that the kids get. There's such a thing as Mateys. It's like the healthier version of Lucky Charms. I know, gross, but it is what it is. Okay. Like, Allison should have known better. I should have known better to look up I didn't even know these terms existed. I'm just thinking, oh, Spirit just dropped me a line and Spirit said, go and do quantum work. I've always been interested in this stuff anyway. And back in the day, I really wanted to prove string theory using the poetic Eddas because the Norns are spinning the web of fate. They're weaving the time. But go figure. Go figure. Hi, bee lady. So go figure. We just had a full moon. A lot of energy is coming through with that still. We're still in like the shadow period of the full moon. Holy fuck. Holy crap. We're integrating stuff. We're integrating stuff. Here's just a little mini update before I get into doing any crafting or stuff. Vote for Freya. There's 8 days. I'm in third. Well, she's in third. So vote for Freya if you haven't done so already. And you can use Facebook. I did not know this was a Facebook-oriented thing because I've seen it in other spots. I did not know that. Thank you, Charlene. Yeah, ooh, what I need to do, because I'm going to read to you guys what quantum clairvoyance, like what the Google AI version means. But there's other places. Hi, Debbie. let's see. Let me see if I could do it off of. It won't let me share huh. I might have to do it on my phone, but I will definitely try to send it to you. Hi, Farley. How are you guys? So yeah, vote for Freya. Oh, it's in the community tab. Okay, hang on. Allison, smart girl. Smart girl. Smarts. Allison has to use her brain. Allison's brain shut down, by the way. I'm tired. But what else is new? What else is new from Allison Land? Not much. So if you go to my YouTube channel and you go to posts, so you have home, video, shorts, live, podcasts, playlists, posts, vote for Freya, and there's a link there to go vote for Freya. Boom. So yeah, I have tomorrow's show with Arnie. I gotta put the actual flyer. I just was testing out the flyer to see how the what I did worked, because not everything that I do makes sense on on Facebook and all the social medias, and it made sense, but like this one cuts off. But it doesn't cut off here, like when you click on it. So yeah, you could go to my community tab, the post, and the Freya link will be there. And I was gonna do Little Thor, but I don't have really cute pictures of him. I have a couple, but not like you that's the one, but then there's like a whole thing and you make a page. So there's a bunch of photos of Freya, cute ones. I don't have many cute ones of Little Thor. I got him doing like weird faces that are not that cute. So I chose Freya. But I do appreciate it for everybody that's been voting and that can vote. I appreciate it. Um, yeah, Charlene, you are amazing. I thank you so much. I mean, if it I'm arriving at the reality that if she's third at I don't know how many participants, but I'm just grateful for whatever I get. I don't anticipate, I'm not expecting, I'm not doing any of that because that just leads to the quantum field not working for my benefit, mind you. Um, Allison has got oh, hang on, hang on, hang on. Brain is braining a little bit today. Brain is going a little bit today. So we have some planetary interesting things going on. There is Venus something. Venus and Mars meet for the first time in 2 years. So I want to say Mars is like my planet and then Venus. So there's a lot of like emotional funkiness going on in the heart space right now. I don't like it. And that's decluttering itself. There's a lot more clearing that is happening. This is from spiritual cachet. Since the clearing happened, your energy is no longer scattered through overextending, performing, or reshaping yourself for external validation. In the absence of what once fractured your attention, presence quietly returned. So has spaciousness. This narrowing isn't accidental, it's intentional. The quiet you're noticing may feel unfamiliar, even heavy at times, but it's creating the conditions needed to hear something more subtle. Not urgency, not pressure, guidance. Life is no longer asking you to outlast what you once had to defend against. It's inviting you to anchor into safety with what is. The rest long enough for your inner signals to become clear again. That's where I know that I'm at. I'm not getting the clearest of signals from the quantum field, but I am getting something, getting pings. These are the moments where direction isn't forced, it's felt. That's why I'm really doing the fine tuning in my nervous system right now. Where intuition doesn't need to compete with noise, where movement comes from alignment instead of reaction. If you're wondering what's next, there's nothing to chase. Just listen. You've created the space for inner knowing to meet you, and inspired action can take the lead. Thank you. Okay, I thought this was a damn cute. I don't know if anybody saw this one. When I say I'm busy, I mean receiving downloads, purging old realities and timelines, giving my body the rest it needs for the upgrade. Yeah, this has been me lately. Anybody else? This is me, purging my energy. Me as a kitty cat, and I would not ever wear pink sparkles, by the way. No. Mm-mm. I'm okay with silver, but no, There's not enough coffee in the world to the level of exhaustion that my body's been feeling. Um, my back has been bothering me more so than normal. Today I had to lift a kid up and he had a backpack on and a million layers, and he's really heavy to begin with. And OMG, I was like, kid, child, you need to walk. Like, you're old enough. You're not a baby. You're not my little just turned 3-year-olds that are 2 pounds. You are heavy. Walk. So my back was killing me ever since. What's up, Buckshot? How are you, sweetheart? What's up? The kids have been off. I know neurologically what I've been doing in the quantum stuff is working. And it's working for other people too. There's like, I'm getting proof and evidence. People are like sharing with me, like I've been saying, I'm observing the reality and whatever they're trying to bring into shift in superposition. And they're like, I got a ping from the universe. Did you now? And these are people that don't necessarily follow what I do. So if I'm seeing results in little pings, and eventually I'm not going to see any pings, I'm not going to need them, right? I'm just going to have the knowing. And this is what the quantum clairvoyance states. Now, many of you might resonate with what I'm about to say, because I absolutely do. Quantum clairvoyance is a concept bridging psychic phenomena like seeing the future, precognition, or distant events with principles from quantum physics, suggesting consciousness can access non-local, entangled information beyond classical space-time, using ideas like entanglement and superposition to explain apparent psychic abilities. Though it remains a fringe area, between science and metaphysics. Proponents theorize that consciousness interacts with a quantum reality where past, present, future aren't strictly linear. It's contextual, allowing for information perception beyond conventional means, supported by some parapsychologists. Research and books that aim to provide scientific frameworks for psychic development. And then it goes into like non-locality, and events are interrupted in ways not limited by space-time, suggesting a deeper quantum reality where psychic information could exist. Superposition. Hogwash and hooey. Right now the emotions are up because of the conjunctions and the trines and everything happening astronomically, the zodiac stuff and all that planetary nonsense. I'm feeling it deep. It ain't pretty either. Ain't pretty. But I'm just, as those thoughts keep coming and the program keeps dissolving and decohering out of my field, I'm just putting my hand on my heart and radiating the love that I deserve, standing in my conviction, standing in my power, standing in my value, and observing the reality in which I'm merging with the higher self, with the superposition of observation I chose to live, where I'm married, I'm financially sovereign, I have a flourishing YouTube channel, I have a flourishing art business, and I no longer have to be in the old, past, dead timeline. The echo, the static, it's decoherent. In the morning, if Freya doesn't wake me up and I'm still waking up in the middle of the night, which is rough, that's another problem. Like I was dreaming vividly, and this is like one of the few times that I can't recall what the hell was happening because Freya jumped on my ass and I just like, what? And went to go feed her and then went back to sleep. And then do my morning. Before I touch anything, I sit for like 10 minutes, do some breathing, and call in the anchor. I envision an anchor of light that goes all the way down, and then the anchor of cord that goes all the way up, and put up my little force field. I tap into the love, the peace, the harmony, the fullness, the abundance, the weight off my shoulders, and I sit with that feeling in my nervous system. And I do the same thing at night. I don't know what Freya, she's been mushy. She literally has her like head nudged, like snuggled right in my neck, depending how I'm sleeping. And her paws are on my shoulder, and the rest of her little loaf is all on top of me, and she's out. And she usually sleeps like that on me, and I'm fine. Whatever she was doing, she had zoomies. She like popped on me, and I'm like, what? and woke me up and crazy. So she was saving me. I don't know from what. I don't know from what. But now I got to go back into my slideshow and fix the beginning because literally quantum clairvoyance is a thing. It's a term now in science. It's at least a term that you can Google. What? And people have already written books on this. I don't know how you do it. I don't know how you do it. I don't know how you do it. I just absolved a yawn. And that was very New York. That's been coming out of me again. Thank you, B Lady. I know why this hermitim had to happen. This, like, everything has a reason. And seriously, if you look at your life and ask yourself, why are you in hermitim? Even if you have people around you, even if you feel you have your family and everything, there is always a reason for everything orchestrating in your life. When did you not have a membership, Bucky? Or did you change your name? Well, welcome back. Um, the reason why you might feel a little isolated and a little hermity is the shift. So if you're going through this period of time like I am, where everything collapsed, friendships, what happened with the other people I love, still I love them, right? I don't hate them. They can project all the hate they want on me, but I still like them. Um, that was the beginning of the shift. The universe had to separate me from the parts that we were in jiving. Hi, Sparky. And then the relationship had to dissolve. It had to decohere. It had a reasoning, right? Like now, when you spend time by yourself, you have all the time in the world to go back and recapitulate what went wrong or the things that weren't just clicking and working, right? And then you look at your purpose, and then you're looking at your role in life, and then you're looking at a whole bunch of things. And this is what I do when I'm by myself all the time. But for a lot more people, this is happening to. It's not just an Allison, oh, she fucked up and everybody is away from her. This is more and more people are feeling this feeling that something is shifting inside of them. Their reactions have changed, their personalities have been fine-tuned. You're shifting. You're shifting. When the card didn't work, and I'm a hot-headed mother effer. I go off. Like, I will curse up a storm when shit just doesn't, like, just fucking work. When the car didn't work, instead of cursing and kicking the tire and going off on a tantrum, I just like I'll just walk to the store, calm as a cucumber, not worried about how it's gonna get fixed, not going, oh my God, oh, how am I gonna the worry that left. that part of my brain just shut the fuck down. It said, no more. We're not worrying about crap. It will come when it happens. Inconvenience it is, but don't stress about it, right? And a month later, unbeknownst to me, oh God, I'll talk about what just happened to me, and I have to call the bank. So there was the fraud on my credit card from, I only have one bank credit card kind of thing with Chase, and did not subscribe to something. It just spammed it, and I got a text message from the bank. Hey, like, is this you? I'm like, no, I didn't order that. And it, like, fraud department shut that shit down right away. We'll send you a new card. And then I got three more fraud accounts, and I'm like, I have to call the bank because I just got today another two cards in the mail. I only have one account. Why do I have three credit cards with my name on it? Something's off. Bad. So I don't know what happened. I don't know what goes on, what if that was just a mistake, if someone opened credit cards up in my name. I don't know. I don't even know what account is what. So I might have to walk my happy ass to the bank and talk with them because I don't know what goes on. Yeah. But again, I'm like, I don't need to rush this. It'll get done when it gets done. I'm not worried. I'm not like, I have a sinkhole in my driveway, a hole, a big one. The town never got back to me. I get it. It's a new year, and then now they're backlogged, and they will get to me. If not, I'll just call back over the weekend. Once again, I'm not stressed about crap I can't do anything about. Old self would be, the gear would be going back and back and back, like, address this, address this, address this, and the nervous anxiousness would be in my body. It's not. So I already know I had to recalibrate my nervous system. I'm reprogramming subconscious programs that need to, like, old self needs to go bye. Bye. We love you. You served a purpose. Thank you. But now you go over there. We love you. With love. Bye. And the new frequencies are shifting in. I'm seeing little things here and there. I mean, yesterday's show was phenomenal. If you have not catched it, it's in my community tab. Go check it out. Cute as can be. I have, like, I put a little story about me on the show with a smile on my face. It was a really good show. And I thank Arnie for that opportunity. Um, it was fun. And I mean, tomorrow's going to be even better. If you're not going to be around, make sure you catch the replay. Because Jesse's just a ball of fun. And I actually love the photo that I chose. There's this backstory about it that a little kid was like hugging him and happened to be on an autistic kid. I'm like, oh, and look how happy you are. I got to use this photo. Thank you, Arnie. I'm just tuning into the reality in which I want to live and that I'm living anyway. I know it's not completely merged with me just yet, but it's getting there. It takes time to densify from up there down to here. It does take time, and it's retuning it's like moving the antenna where I'm getting a clear signal. And not every day do I have that clear signal. So there is a quantum spirituality. Let's read it. And this is from Google AI. I had there is websites and there are things I'm going to look into with this. That's why the 4D, I'm going to have to revamp that video. But I mean, that stuff is all going to be presented anyway. It's just a matter in the order. So quantum spirituality merges modern quantum physics concepts like interconnectedness, observer effect, and superposition with ancient spiritual wisdom, Gnosticism, and mysticism to suggest a universe where consciousness plays a central role, influencing reality and pointing to a unified source, often framed through ideas like Carl Jung's synchronicity and Gnostic concept of Sophia. This is Sophia, by the way, proposing that our thoughts and focus can manifest our reality and lead to spiritual awakening. While proponents see it as a path to understanding human potential and deeper connection to the cosmos, critics label it quantum mysticism, a pseudoscience misusing physics jargon for spiritual claims, exemplified by figures like Deepak Chopra and What the Bleep Do We Know? Obviously, that's a film I have no idea about. Interconnectedness, quantum entanglement suggests everything is linked, mirroring spiritual ideas or universal unity. I don't think it mirrors. Quantum effect, the observer effect, the idea that consciousness or observation influences physical reality, suggesting our attention shapes our world. And it effing does. But that shit gets complicated. That shit gets complicated, and I'll tell you why it gets complicated. Because it's how we've all been taught to speak is a program in its own self. When I first became into the awareness of divine neutrality, people thought I was fucking crazy for saying, well, Satan is God and there is evil and good, but at the same time, there's a bigger expanded viewpoint and we need to see beyond it, like Nisha said. But what the hell does Nisha know? He said there's no God, which is taken out of context, by the way, that whole quote. Either way, he's an existentialist. But there's plausibility to a lot of that. Because how can we all be one? Or say where we go one, we go all. And only have selection of a few. That doesn't work. Unity consciousness is all of it working together harmoniously. Now, does unity consciousness means you have to agree with everything everybody believes in? No. Why? My reality that I'm creating right now through my subconscious mind feels, sees, and experiences everything differently. Even though there's commonalities and similarities in the way I understand, comprehend, feel, and absorb love, not everybody experiences love the same way. Some people who get abused loves getting abused. There are people, and we call those fetishes. There are people out there that have felt love in a shit way, and then there's people that get love bombed. Everybody experiences love on different levels and in different ways. And how someone feels internally about absorbing those types of love or those types of expressions is going to be different. My truth is not going to be anybody else's truth because that's the frequency that it's frequenting at. My understanding and potentialities of how everything works is on me. That's my truth. It might not be yours. You might say Allison's batshit crazy, and you have every right to. You don't need to believe. Just like everyone in this chat, there's no way I have felt or experienced everything to the exact depth that you have, because we all live different experiences. And that's what I was trying to convey on the show yesterday, because people were trying, some people in the chat, especially with the quantum stuff, like, dude, the concepts are there and they can be interpreted differently too. What's happening in 4D is the refinement of understanding, the refinement of feeling, fine-tuning what we've all just lived through for our entire lives. And now that we're shifting, now we have to kind of unlearn certain dynamics and relearn more definition, better definition, cleaning up the energy field, cleaning up our vocabulary, cleaning up concepts. When love is defined by a million different terms and expressed and felt differently, but in a million ways, the frequency kind of loses its umph. When you start to refine and define and recalibrate your system, love is going to be more felt, pure, untainted. Angels. The same thing can be said for the quantum. You are the one that makes your reality. And why truth is not going to be everybody else's truth. But it's coming to the understanding that that is God's expression through me uniquely and through everybody. So if someone's an animate, very opposite person from you, they still have a validity because that's how they feel their truth. And you can't take that feeling away from them. They view the world that way. It's just like the argument of flat earth and globe earth. In one reality, the earth is flat for that person who's perceiving it. And the person who feels it's still a globe and NASA is real, they're feeling it and knowing it to be their truth. I'm not going to take that away from them. I'm not going to even argue the point. It's a null and void, muted aspect. I don't need to argue a point. It's not affecting my reality, so why should I worry about it? That is what we all need to come to an understanding about. Is we're still dealing with ego death. We're dealing with the collective humanity's ego death. Paying attention to the things going on outside of you. Sure, it's entertainment at this purpose and moment in time. It's like watching sports. Most of us know it's falsehoods. It's rigged. It's entertainment. I told one of my parents today, go look on IMDb and see how many politicians are actors. So if we really know it's a freaking movie, why are you drawing your attention to it? What you focus on loops. It loops. And it continues and continues. Hi, Corinne. My back has been, I'm sitting on a pillow right now. My back is killing me. That's right, Sparky. And that's where unity is going to start happening more and more. Unity consciousness doesn't mean you need to agree with anybody. It's just coming to a respect point where I'm going to believe what I'm going to believe. I'm going to feel and experience what I'm experiencing, but I'm not invalidating or taking another person's viewpoint away from them because that's not my place to do it. Now, if someone's asking for advice, if someone's asking for words of wisdom, of course, impart your version of what you want to give to another person. That's fine. It's when the opposition, the extremes in polarity are going at it like, dude, you're the same damn fucking eagle. One wing is right, one wing is left. You're the part of the eagle. It's flying, it's flapping. Stop. Like, why are you worried about? Like, it's these little minute things that are happening outside in our world that people are so honed in on that we're never going to come to a neutral place if you can't have at least decent common human respect. You can agree to disagree, and it's a beautiful thing to do so. That's how very inspiring concepts and creation happen out of arguing points. There's a lot of learning done in that if it's done constructively and it's done in a way that's respectful. Doesn't need to be Socratic. It just needs to be in a very respectful tone. You can agree to disagree and you can be very adamant about your point. But do it in a way that is non-threatful and it's not like, I'm better than you. No, 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 no. That's what I'm seeing a lot of adults doing. I swear, if I can get one of my children to do her sass, I wish I could play it. I have a little 5-year-old who is sass, who is like, what? She's so cute. Like, she's sass. I would love to play it. Like, but I mean that's what a lot of this, like, it's so, why? Why? And that's coming out of ego, and that's not, it's coming from thou know not. That they don't know. They don't know. And that's also a program. The program is inside of you. What these downloads and uploads are from Earth and cosmos is refining and recalibrating your DNA to get you out of the tit for tat dynamic. It's upgrading you to refine you, to change your level of tuning. Allison has a Netflix. No, I don't, but let's just say I did, right? And there's like a million and five different things I could watch. I tune into the one I feel most resonant with. I'm tuning in. I'm focusing in, and I'm giving my attention to what I saw on Netflix, and there's a good title, and the trailer was amazing, and you could do that for yourself. If you believe in the many worlds interpretation, the multiverse, however you want to frame it as, if you know that there is a movie out there starring you that has this dynamic concept, the girl that once was orphaned, abandoned, left to be the guardian of a Stargate, and loss and nothing but downfall has happened and transpired. Then all of a sudden, everything started going right. I want to tune into that movie, and that's the one I'm writing for myself, and it's already written for me. It's here. I have to collapse it. How do you do that? You got to get rid of the programming. You have to go into your nervous system. It doesn't happen when we are saying, I'm manifesting. Your manifesting is you wanting something. That means you lack it. I said it. manifesting. Brian Scott, if you go back on his channel now, he's starting to reinvent his meditations because he understands now manifesting is still in a program of lack. It's a third dimensional concept. That means you don't have it. Well, here's the difference. In superposition, you are already living the life that has what you want. So you actually technically have it. It's not something that you want that's in lack because you don't have it. No, you have it. You have it up there. So what do you need to do? Tune into it. And it's not like that Maserati is still not dropping out of the sky and falling into my driveway. And I know I don't want a Maserati. I like Lambos. But I wouldn't even want, it's not a practical car to even have in this area. I just want a SUV, and it could be used. I like the Chevys. I just need an SUV 4-wheel drive that is going to be safe because there's too many transcensions happening around here with traffic deaths and accidents. I want a safe car. What will open up for me is the opportunities. What I'm drawing in is not, yes, the life is living up there. It's going on right now. Concurrently right now, Allison is living this extraordinarily phenomenal life. My YouTube channel still exists. Everything is punch and pie. But guess what? I got to bring it here into 3D. How do you do that? You tune in. And then you get rid of the programming and the static and the echo that keeps drawing you magnetically back to the past. You can't do it the same way. That's why you're changing. You're changing your attitudes, your definitions. You're feeling different. You're waking up and you're like, do I really need to argue with this anymore? Do I need to pour my energy into shit that is not worth my energy anymore? No, we're all tired. I'm done. I want a nap. I want a 5-year-old's nap with a blankie and a pillow and my favorite little stuffy. Like all of us want like some kind of relief. How do we get that? Knowing it's already coming. It's coming. It's here. The opportunities will come for me to have financial sovereignty, for me to be able to purchase the vehicle of what Allison desires and wants. That's safe and useful. Allison's bringing in, magnetizing in people and communities that are going to benefit me, and we can all benefit from each other. It's not just Allison's on top and taking all of it for herself. No, I want to share my success. I want to share and help others, right? That's how these things get drawn in and magnetized to you. Not because there's a lack, because I don't have it, I'm going to attract it. I put positive thoughts out, but in the back of your programming, it's only running off of lack. I want means you don't have it. El Sunray, you nailed it on the head. That's exactly where it comes from. The void of space, that little soup we're all in, we're caterpillar soup. We're the hungry caterpillar. We're in the chrysalis and we're transforming. And we no longer can do caterpillar things when we are the butterfly, even though it's the same entity. It went through a transformation, and that's where many of us are sitting at right now. We're in the void. And I think when I tap into the collective is in the void as well. It's just a matter of understanding where your wording is and how you're using your intention and focus, and your feeling in your nervous system is really where it's at. If you're broadcast, you are the radio station. Your light is anchored down into earth and it's entangled to the universe. If there's any doubt, shame, blame, anxiousness, nervousness, you're blocking your signal from being transmitted to the quantum field. You're blocking it. Now, here's the caveat and the twists. You got the planetary alignments. You are a human emotional being that sometimes wakes up. Like I've been waking up and I'm like, holy fuck. I need coffee. Coffee. Allison needs coffee. Gotta walk the dog. Have a bagel. Cream cheese. Bexec. You're going to get challenged and it ain't going to be fun. And it's all about your mastery. If you go back into the natural law, you go back into the Kabbalion, those are just, the Kabbalion gives you the foundational work. That's the foundational work to understand where your pendulum swings. So if you have somebody that right, is getting you to that point where you want to be destructive and you're no longer in fight or flight, you're in I see red. You got to know where that pendulum and how far it swings on either direction. And when you can master neutrality and come into a neutral space and take the breath and take a minute instead of reacting, hi, Auntie Amy. You at least can come cleanly into frequency and give your response to somebody. And maybe it might, and sometimes we're in the heat of the moment and shit comes out of our mouth and we kind of regret it or go, oops. And a lot of that stuff is unconscious. That's your programming running. Not only your programming, your soul contract. I don't want to say that we all need to become Buddhist monks, because that I was one. I do recall that life. The more I think about it, the more I can recall it. It's not, you're still here having a human experience. And that's what Michael was trying to like convey yesterday during the show. Like, yeah, I get what you're saying, but like I'm not there yet in the humanness aspect of myself. And I totally agree with him. I don't want to be a Buddhist monk. I have feelings. I should be able to express them. But it's coming from the refinement. It's coming from a cleaner frequency. So if I do get angry, it's coming more from a conscious state and not from a program that I've been running. Does that make sense? Like old self would get the axe and yes, I do carry a weapon. I always carry something. And then, but am I going to use it? I'd rather take that weapon and go outside and cut the logs out of the trees that they cut down and all the stuff that's sitting in the back of my yard. I'd rather go out there and work my ass out and get a good workout and get my muscles going than actually hurting somebody. I like to be the warrior in the garden. Prepared, fit, healthy, but not hurting anybody. But it's up to you how you respond. It's your level of maturity. It's your level of neutrality. It's your level of how you comprehend yourself. And are you aware of what you're running? My self-mastery happened the starting of understanding it happened when I was a lot younger. And I was being adopted, there's a unique thing that happens. You don't know what to identify with. And this was one of my biggest issues as a child. I did not relate to my parents who adopted me. Yes, they raised me into a wonderful person. They gave me a foundation of morals and structure to live by. But I did not look at them and relate to them. I had identity crisis and a lot of identity issues because I didn't have a solid foundation to know where did I get my attributes from, my personality. You can look at your parents and some people, not everybody, could see their parents in them. I did not know until I was the age of 34 about my parents, my biological family. I had no idea. So growing up, looking at two of the parents, and I'm like, I'm this thin little twig, and they're both obese, loves food, and loves to fight. See myself in them. So I always had an issue figuring out myself. I had a lot of identity issues. And I went through phases, and then the goth thing was just, it felt home with me, and it's always stayed, and it's staying. It's not going nowhere. Than my authentic self. But I found my authentic self earlier. But the pings that happened to me, my friends would catch me when my personality shifted and I was being more defensive without being aware of it. I would say shit and not remember what I said. And it was not the nicest things. My friends would catch me and say, hey, Allison, we know you're not that, but what's going on? You're not vicious like that. We know the other side of you. Like, what? You got to cut that out. And I'm like, could you repeat what I just said and say it to me in the way I said it so I can learn what, like, transmute it? And I did that at an early stage in my life. So I thankfully chose people to point those things out to me at an early age. That way I kind of knew, okay, wait, I have to pause before I say something and be conscious about what's coming out of my mouth. The only time that doesn't happen is when I'm channeling. But I'm just seeing the spirit is pointing this out to me. There's a book, Quantum Spirituality, linking Gnosticism's physics and human potential by Peter Canova. I might have to get that book. The Quantum Mindset in a Nutshell. I didn't know there was a book. I never seen this stuff in the bookstore, guys. Now that I have my car sort of running, so this is going to be a fun thing. Maybe later. I'm going to test this out. I have a car battery charger thing now. I'm not a jumper. I have a jumper to charge my battery because it's my alternator, which I have good news. I might have a friend, the friend that got me in the battery, might come and put an alternator in because I can afford that at the moment and put the alternator in, and then I won't have to worry about it. But in the meantime, I was given direction by 4 different friends. You need a battery charger, girl. So I got one off of Amazon, and the thing needs to be plugged in as it is charging. Oops, did not know that. So now I got to figure this out. Anywho. I mean, right now, guys, it's fucking full spring up here. It is full spring up here in Northwest Indiana. It is currently 40, but today it got up to 53 degrees. We were like, I don't need our jackets outside. What are you talking about? It is warm out here. It was. Whoo, it was nice out. The sun was out. It was amazing today. It was great. But in a few days, it's going back down into the single digits. Let me go to the weather app because I keep seeing different shit. So there's rain tomorrow. 58 degrees tomorrow. Saturday, 40. Okay. It's dropping. Maybe some snow. Maybe. I doubt it. And then next weekend, 13, 21. Tomorrow's going to be 60. What? And then on Saturday, it's going back down to like 20. The low will be 24. Make it make sense. Anywho, she's on her period, Miss Gaia. So the alternator only draws really bad when it's cold. So I got to figure out this charging thing. And that's if my friend can come on Sunday and do the work. We'll see if it's Sunday. I don't know. We'll see. But in the meantime, I do have a halfway solution to keeping the battery and the car running. That's key right now. Key. FireHorse. I found it. Oh, I found it. Allison's being brave right now. Fell right back. I need like a dumpster right here. I do. It is nowhere near done yet, but Allison got chrome. I got chrome. I got chrome. It can't be a disco ball if it's not chrome. Mirror. Oh, so B Lady, okay. I got somewhere in my car, and it could be the alternator. It's still, I've had the alternator tested a bunch. It's never come up as that up until like this point. I have a grounded wire somewhere in my car that keeps drawing a lot more energy than needs to be out of my battery in winter. Right. So, mind you, I got my beautiful staff. This is again ping from the universe, how I'm walking into I'm arriving at the reality, not grounded. There's some issue in my electrical system in the car. And this is something that is known in Mazdas. I have a Mazda. So Christmas, the entire special ed staff came together. My teacher orchestrated it, and they gave me a gift card to AutoZone, and they gave me some cash to cover for if I needed more than a battery. So I know what ground means. So I got a friend after a month of the car sitting to get me to the store, because it's not anywhere close in walking distance, to get me a battery. Got the battery, put the battery in, car starts right up. Next day, I go get the oil change. I don't need one. I'm like, are you sure? The car's been sitting over a month, not used, in really, really cold weather. They tested everything. No, everything is fine. Then I go to the auto zone to get the starter, alternator, and battery tested. And they're like, look, you just put the battery in, everything looks fine. They said, come back when the weather gets colder and we'll test it again. Well, one of the days last week got really cold, so I went to the AutoZone and they tested it again, and sure enough, they said it looks like it's the alternator. So then I called a couple of friends and they said, yeah, that's definitely probably what's going on in the car. And now it's just a matter of purchasing a alternator and having it installed. Called some shops up, can't afford what I don't have enough. But I do have enough to purchase it and to have it installed by a person that's not in a shop. Shop fees are expensive. And a lot of stores won't even put in the alternator that you bring. They want their own shit. I get that. But I'm not paying $600 for something that should cost me $300. That's how they nail you. So we're gonna go for it. But I was told in the meantime, especially when it starts getting on the colder side, that every day after work, put that little charger on my battery for a little bit, for like an hour or two, just to keep the battery at charge and full. So that's what I'm gonna do. That's what I did. I got the machine. It was shipped. It got to my door at 6:50 this morning, right before I left for work. And by the time I figured it all out, I'm like, yeah, we'll do this. We'll do this maybe another day. Yeah, 60 on Friday, 20 on Sunday. Yes, it's a trickle charger. Because I have a DeWalt jumper. It puts in air and it can charge. But it's not one of those that trickles in the charge. It jumps it. So I needed something to sit there and like over time. I need to look all of that up because every car and all that stuff is different, and I'm not a mechanic. See, and that's another thing. That's also part of the tuning into my reality, right? Survivor mode. I've been in my masculine for way too long. I've been having to do life, whatever the circumstances are. You can call me a victim or not. I could give a fuck. I've been in my masculine energy for way too long because every time I put a ping out to the universe, I need help. I mean, and I don't have the physicality, I don't have the physical help. I call people and no one's available or no one's ready to help me. So I'm always having to do the masculine stuff, and not to say like women can't work on cars, of course they do. But if we look at definitions, that means I'm in survivor mode if I can't find somebody to help me. And that is a part of the programming that I need to circumnavigate around because obviously I'm by myself. I'm not in a relationship. And even when I was, like, I didn't have anybody showing up for me when shit needed to get done. So we're tuning into a different reality where Allison is the feminine version of herself. I'm a dainty flower. I actually, I'm in the open recession of receiving. And not because I'm not a giver. I'm a very big giver. Oh, Farley, I trust me. I have done epoxy flooring. I have changed the vanity plumbing in my house. Not this one, in the other one. I have done a lot of stuff for myself, and I like to get the education and everything. But there's certain things that I shouldn't have to learn, right? Everybody has a specialty and everybody has a thing. I should be able, well, yeah, I get that, but why can't I just be the feminine and the damsel in distress once in a while? Because a person like me intimidates men all the time. Because I know how to change my tire and because I know how to do certain things, it intimidates men constantly. Oh, well, you already know how to do that. Well, like it infuriates a man and it demasculates them. I think it demasculates a man when a woman just does it all by herself and doesn't have the dependability on a man. Like I want, you know, I want to be able to take the back seat for once and be a woman in a dress with heels on and say, "Help me." Right? I've never done that role before. I never had someone really show up in that way where I cannot have to be the masculine aspect of myself. And not saying that I can't go and do and I can't learn. Of course, I'm going to have no choice, right? I'm going to have to do this myself or with help, which is fine. But I want to be able to put in a part of me that has never been expressed yet in my life. Yeah, I was the ballerina, a masculine one. I was in survivor mode my entire life. I never was able to just sit back and drop the little handkerchief and say, "Help, help." I don't know what it is to do that. And it's not, it's a part of my personality. You might not be intimidated, but every time a man tries to date me, they get heavily intimidated because they're like, well, I don't know why I'm dating you. You could do it all yourself. Like, men want to do things for their women and women want to do things for their men. But when it's flip-flopped energy, when a man is too much in their feminine energy and a woman's too much in the masculine, it needs to like balance itself out. And not to say like not to go off of the structures of like the 3D like assignments like the housewife and role reversals and stuff. I'm not saying that, but that at some point a woman wants to feel that feminine quality that her man got it. That I don't need to like I can actually wear the dress and not have to put on the coveralls to go work on a car. And yeah, there are women that are mechanics. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about like someone that always has to show up for themselves because no one else will do it. I want to be able to not have to bog my mind down. I got so much going on in my life. I don't want to have to like, oh, I have to watch like 8 videos to figure out how to do an alternator and then probably I'm dyslexic, do it wrong. I can't tell you how many times putting my house together, building furniture, I do everything backwards because I'm dyslexic. It took a year. It took a year. Girl, I've been doing that. And you know what? It's exhausting because I know my value and I know my worth. And now this is the energy that I'm drawing in from my higher self. My higher self doesn't need to worry about these things anymore because I have a balanced opposite partner balancing me out and grounding my fire and my air aspects in my chart to be like, oh, you know what? You do you, honey. You go do you. Go do your work. I got the car. Uh, When you're too much in the opposite where you should be, I'm female and I should be a feminine. I'm a masculine. And it's not to say I'm not a tomboy. I am. But this is the part of the shift that we all need to come into understanding with. We need to claim what we were meant to come here for. Being a divine feminine is a huge power. And I'm not in it because I've been surviving. I've been having to play the other aspect of myself for way too long. Now I have to learn how to play a divine feminine. And that's a learning curve. And that builds patience and that builds in the nervous system that I have to build in for myself. That's a vulnerability I never was able to experience because I've always had to be an asshole. Not because I want to, because it's out of pure sheer survival. I'm just trying to see if there's any kind of interesting things out there in the ethers. Apparently not. I love these pens, but they're a pain in the ass. Because Firehorse is going to get more done today. Aha. Just like for a man, do you want to keep doing your laundry unless you really enjoy doing your laundry and cooking? I mean, I'm not the best cook, but I do make stuff. Um, sexy. Um, like I like to clean. Do I clean my clutter? Not really. I do dust and do a lot of laundry, but I enjoy it. It's just being able to have someone to show up for you. And that's what I'm hoping to attract into my life. The weight off my shoulders of not having to worry. Not complaining anymore. And that's another thing I'm trying to transcend in my energy field. Yeah, is shit bad? Sure damn is. That's the reality I'm living currently, but that's not my forever reality. And that's just, you know, I'm not letting it get to me anymore. That's another thing that we have to be realistic with when we are doing this work. Every video that I listen to is retuning you and giving you and walking you through stuff. That doesn't mean the bill doesn't come in the mail. That doesn't mean that like something out of left field doesn't happen to you. It does, and it will. It's how you are responding and feeling those things that make every damn difference. And that's what I'm tuning my body into, is responding differently. Yes. I mean that in reality, we are here to experience a certain dynamic frequency within each and every one of us. And we chose things to overcome. We chose things to hone in on and work on and become. I'm supposed to be becoming my divine feminine, not my divine masculine. And I need the person that I hope walks into my life as my partner understands that I have a lot of work to do when it comes to being a divine feminine, and allows that process to unfold organically without being belittled. Because there's a struggle within yourself. It is fight or flight. I know you guys can't see it, but oh, there it is. Sparkly. It's a unicorn horn. Yay, workies. Obviously, there's going to be more color here. I know a lot of women that did the single mom thing and has to, but there is a difference because I have friends and even my coworkers that are single moms that don't know how to actually be both polarities, feminine and masculine, and balance it. I have people around me that only go through the I'm helpless person and oh my God, I need they're not independent. They're not knowing how to have dependence for themselves. They don't know how to navigate the world because they always had someone taking care of them. Or they're just defeated and they sit in one polarity and they're not balancing it out for the children. And then I have other women who I know that embody both feminine and masculine co-syncly and in balance. They're the nurturer and the lover and the mom, and then their masculine comes out to put the firm hard, hey, I got some boundaries, child. No. And that's not even coming from the mommy voice or the teacher voice. That's coming from like the masculine aspect. So there's a lot of play in there. But I know for my own, just speaking for my own self, I've been in divine masculine energy my whole life. And what's really seeking and yearning within my shift is embracing my feminine and owning it. We're not there yet. I mean, I'm very happy that there are people that are trying to help. Which is great. I just have to wait. That's the game. I have to wait. I mean, I'm putting in applying more patience, I promise. I gotta watch that later. So there's a lot of energies going on right now. I'll read this. The cosmic lovers reunite. First time in 2 years. Okay, what I will say is what I'm about to read, take what resonates. But lovers doesn't need to be someone who had a sexual relationship with you. This means your soulmates, work relationships, friendships. You can love your friend unconditionally. I have a ton of people I love unconditionally, like my friends that are absolutely, even though I moved away, Allison moved away, I still love them to death. I love my friends like unconditionally. So when cosmic lovers reunite, this does not necessarily mean lovers, partnerships, relationships. But just take this and discern it. Venus and Mars reunite in Capricorn to settle your cosmic accounts and finalize an intense emotional chapter 2 years in the making. This high vibrational shift ripples through every connection, activating destined soul bonds while dissolving heavy karmic ties that once felt overwhelming. Soul bonds. So there are some bonds you'll never get out of. You can ignore it all day long, but that there's an energetic cord that you can't cut. What you can cut is energetic frequencies that are not good and not healthy. But bonds will never dissolve. You may have experienced heavy emotions over the past few days. Hi. As this peak forces a final release of lessons active since February 2024, last year. The last time these planets met. This alignment acts as a divine check-in point to see how far you have come and offer a moment to feel proud of the immense soul work you have completed during the past couple of years. Love yourself, guys. Give yourselves a hug. We all have like up-leveled. Give yourself a hug. Self-hugs are the best hugs sometimes. This period brings a deepening or releasing of significant relationships and no longer engaging in unreciprocated dynamics. So if energy exchange is not on equal grounds, or again, I don't see energy exchange needing to be exactly equal, because some people are not energetically there to give you 100%. There are some people that can only give you 20% because that's all they have, right? Their cup is not full. So they can only give you what they have. So if someone is needing my help and I'm helping them and I know their circumstance, I'm not requiring a momentum of insanity back. That's not fair, right? But you got to be able to know where your boundaries are with those things. So you now love and value yourself fiercely and refuse to settle for less than you deserve. I know what I deserve. I don't require much. I really don't. I'm a cheap date. I'm telling you what, I don't eat much. I'm cheap. I don't like what I eat is it's not a lot. Right. Like you can wine and dine me and I'm like probably $25 at most. 30 if I get a mixed cocktail. I'm cheap. But I like going out and doing experiences and they don't have to cost a thing. I'm not one of those materialistic girls. I need a Louis Vuitton bag with this and I need hi. I don't need any of that. That doesn't make me happy. I like experiences. I like going to the range and shooting my pew-pew. You can get me bullets. That's expensive at the moment. But like I don't require that much, right? For me. I mean, I'm high in needing, cuddles and someone to ground my energy, and that's a lot of work. But goodness sakes, I know my value. Your evolution and karmic clearance are bringing rewards as people enter or return to your life if they have also completed their own soul work. Be ready to align and realign with destined soulmates as you step into the higher vibration of certain love and lasting peace. That's what I'm saying. It doesn't need to be a soulmate, could be your animal. It could be a friend. It could be anybody. A soulmate doesn't need to be a romantic partner. I have a large soulmate community. A lot of people are my soulmates. We are all one, but we are fractaled. Like after the show yesterday with Michael, I was trying to explain this to him as much as possible. But like, let's look at it this way. I was telling Michael, I'm like, so in this life, Allison the shell, the body you see in front of you, chose to have experience as an artist. So I'm channeling artists that are also fractals with myself, but also other individuals that are little 2.00004% of their soul is trickled into me to have experience. Chicken! Buck buck! Chicken. Chickens. Where's my chickens? My chickens are delayed. Chicken buck buck. Chickens. I have karmics. Those are people that I had romantic relationships with, but they came in to teach, or I teach, and have lessons. And it doesn't end pretty. Those are orchestrated to learn. Then I got the twins. I have more than one. I have more than one twin flame. I got a few. And I don't know if how many are in this lifetime, but I know I had at least one just recently. It's my twin. I know this for a fact. Twins are the difficult ones because you're hurting them without really realizing that you're hurting them, and not because you want to, because you really love them and you want them to be a better version of themselves. But the way it happens is really ugly in an empathic darkness. And I tore up that contract really damn quick. I told upstairs, I told my higher self, no more. We're not playing that role. No more. Sorry. I don't care what's in my contract. Null and void. Bye. Detangle. Knot it out. Undo the knots. Decohere from the cords. I am no longer doing that role. They can learn another way. Another person can teach them that dynamic. I am not doing it. Because it's not, I don't resonate with it no more. I understand why I was contracted to do such, but if another person doesn't understand what a soul contract is, and that I have to be the devil in their story for a little bit, just to help them see something in themselves, and a twin will do the same thing to me. But it's how you project it. At least what I have for $25 is in a doggy bag, and I get to have leftovers. But this is this right now. So a few years ago, I don't remember what book I read it in, but I really like it. It stayed with me. This one aspect of it, that during this shifting period, and we don't, again, I read it years ago, so I never knew what the shift actually was or what it looked like for me or for anybody. It's just, we call it shift, and it's just energy shifting. we never knew. We didn't, we were projecting a million different ways of what this looks like. But what stuck with me was that we're not supposed to be doing our work alone anymore. We're supposed to be co-creating the reality together. As Allison creates her reality, I am now fine-tuning the reality in which there are more people who are joining me in union on the frequency length, that more people come join me, and we all together now come to sort of a semblance of agreement. We want peace, harmony, prosperity, and abundance. We want all these beautiful things, and we have to cohere to that. And the more of us that stick, or it's going to collapse. But we're not supposed to do this by ourselves. We're supposed to have our divine complement with us. And if they have passed on, right? If you're not with somebody, that's when your soulmates, again, animals, friends, family, whoever is your soulmate, that doesn't need to be romantic. Those people are supposed to come into your life and ground you. And you them. I have no family. I do, but I don't. So you guys, like biologically speaking, and like actual family, but we're not supposed to be doing this physically alone. We're supposed to all be coming together at some point and doing in communities. So in me, in the last couple of weeks, I have this magnetism, and it's just stuff I have to resolve within my energetic system. You are worth it, B-Lady. We all are. Even if you're the divine masculine. And that's something that needs to be reclaimed. A man should feel like a man. A man should not be, not to say that if you're a feminine masculine to let that go, like I'm a feminine masculine, right? I'm a feminine masculine. I need to balance out my femininity. I need to be like, that's a lot of people ask me, like, oh, you would be a lot prettier without makeup. Okay, but my makeup makes me feel more feminine. Like dressing a certain way makes me feel more feminine. I could put on my grunt style shirts and my tactical gear and go out and have fun and be in my masculine. Or I could dress more feminine. My makeup makes me feel more feminine. It might not be everybody's cup of tea, but it's for me. I'm glitchy too. I just noticed that. Well, I want to thank everybody for joining me. I'm looking at 7 o'clock my time. Hi, everybody. Just to bring into balance here. Please don't forget to like, hype, subscribe, and share to my channel. If you haven't done so already, if you're in the background, also vote for Freya. If you go to my community tab, the post for the community, there's a link there and you can vote for Freya. Allison is trying to make shirt designs And I got this cute little picture of Freya, and then look, Freya is like me. I'm doing what I can to be creative. Go vote for Freya. She's in third place. I'm letting the universe take control over that. And if you haven't done so, yesterday I was on with Michael Zinn on the Sacred Spiral Network, or for his channel. There was 2 links sent out yesterday. I was happy. And it was a really, really good show. That holding space with Michael. Our conversation afterwards was bananas too. And I'm welcome back to, in time if I launch out my quantum course, which I'm just gonna, I'm gonna give it to everybody anyway. But 4D gets the first crack out of that. But I'm on this is the picture that you see with Miss Freya playing with my Christmas hat. There's 9 days left, or 8 days now. Go vote. She loves you, Meowth, a lot. She loves you. I'm gonna try to convince her to telepathy to get her to come downstairs and be cute for a little bit. We'll see. Tomorrow there will be a little Thor video. But him and little baby P haven't come in the last 2 days. Anywho. So for you guys, anybody in the chat, if you want to correspond with this, how many of you are feeling this shift? Well, thank you, B Lady. Anybody? How you guys have been feeling with the energies and the shifts? And the shift isn't over yet. This is just the beginning. This is just the beginning. There is no end in sight for this shift. But I think more and more people are picking up now. They're feeling a little different. They're responding a little bit differently. There's things going on in their reality that you're like, I don't know. I know it's hard to see if I could get it in the specific light. I know, I'm crazy. Allison's nuts sometimes, but that's okay. I do thank you for joining. And here's another thing that I notice about what's like the changing in me. I'm not going to resist what comes. I'm not expecting anything either, but I'm not going to resist. If something comes back, but I'm going to have my boundaries up because I know my worth. And again, is it this life concurrently? Or is it could be someone that shows up from another life? Ooh. I mean, I know most of you from different lifetimes, different realities, concurrently working on right now. See, consciously, Renee, then what's going on in Allison's brain. It's embodying flow, but I've had the flow sort of. Sort of. Semi. And the reason why I say semi is because I have to feel the flow. And when the word and when your universe is always mirroring to you, see, consciously, Allison wants a lot of things, but the subconscious program, and that's where the key word shadow work comes in. You could shift all day long, but if you're still repeating on karmic loop, you're going to keep repeating on karmic loop. Just people, places, and things might be a little different. That's why when people are like, oh, you should move, like I already know moving isn't going to do anything to change my circumstances. Sure, in the moment, it will give me some extra cushion money. But at the end of the day, it's not going to resolve the underlying karmic looping that keeps happening. Because it does, it keeps happening, keeps showing up in my life. I change, you know, like I changed where I lived, but did that change the loop that I was stuck in? And I didn't understand what the loop was. I'm like, because consciously I am collapsing in the wave function better for me. But my programming, the broadcast from my nervous system was coming out lack. Even though consciously I'm broadcasting, I am the light. I am the lighthouse. I am the disco ball. I was broadcasting from my subconscious. More of the same shit. This is the game changer. Do the shadow work, clear out your trauma, clear out what you need to be purged of, and not just from this life. It's from all the concurrent lives that you are a vehicle and conscious of. And Clear it. Understand your trauma from your parents. Your parents only gave you what they know. They programmed you from their dichotomy, from their paradigm. They didn't know any better. They just imparted you, and but you also witnessed a very most of us, not everybody. My parents had some very unhealthy and very toxic relationship skills. And I grew up witnessing that. When a child witnesses a divorce, they're seeing like one dynamic from another. And if you're not a balanced person, and no one's saying you had to be perfect, again, you're coming from this space of where you need to be at the moment that happens. You can only change your response for yourself, but no, for no one else. And a lot of people don't understand that a lot of the subconscious stuff is projection of unhealed shit. So if you had a dynamic growing up of very abusive, very like my parents, Allison, you're not worthy. You're not going to make anything out of yourself. You're not worthy of that. You're not the best dancer. You're never going to get on Broadway. You're never going to be a famous artist. You are going to be the starving artist. This is the stuff my parents programmed me into believing because they said it enough to me. They were adamant about it. My dad's like, oh, look at all the kids here. No one's really gonna like 5 people out of this group of 150 is gonna make it in the world. Thanks, Dad. Have faith in your child. They didn't know. They only came from the place of what their outside world dictated to them. The outside world doesn't dictate bullshit. But I mean that's the programming I have to overcome subconsciously. That's the program my parents are planted in me. You're not good enough. You're never ever. The never evers and shoulda, coulda, wouldas was what I was programmed with. That's a big feat to overcome. And then come to find out, okay, you gotta be in the divine masculine your whole life because all you're doing is surviving. That's not healthy either. Oh boy. It's crazy. Yeah, and look, I had really loving parents. But from an early age, I was hard of hearing. I'm dyslexic. I had a lot of learning challenges growing up. I had a lot of physical disabilities growing up. And my parents never put me on the podium like my uncles and my aunts did with their kids. Like, oh, my son's gonna be this big thing, and they did that. And there was me, like disheveled little Allison. Here she comes, Miss Adoptee, not perfect whatsoever. And my parents really didn't speak me up. They didn't feed me the encouragement that you could. I just made it by, and like I was talking to my teacher today because the kids here go through this testing. I don't agree with it. I don't think citywide tests or state tests are healthy for kids. And yes, the kids should be tested to some degree because they do need to retain in the elementary level at least. Like, do you comprehend what you're reading? I'm not talking about the indoctrinated nonsense that the kids get, but I'm talking about basic stuff, right? Can your kid comprehend the text that they just read? But the way that these things are phrased and the way that they're organized doesn't do it justice. Have fun playing Councilman, Scott. Enjoy. Thank you for coming. You're so appreciated. You get Freya emojis, mister. If we look at all the things that if I look back and I hear my parents' voices in my head from a healed place, because I did a lot of that shadow work. From a healed place, I can say, well, my parents didn't know any better. They're only dictating what their parents imparted on them. And it shows how they showed up to the world for themselves. Right? My mother showed up for herself, not in a very healthy way. She did not take care of herself. She gave her power away to every fear and everything. And she didn't really live or enjoy her life. She was just like content with it, right? My dad, a very similar dynamic there. He wanted the best for me, but I wasn't his boy. So therefore I was inferior because he had that mentality. And I wasn't as successful coming out of college. And even though like he was on his deathbed and I was dealing with his passing, his transcension, and then I got sick, like everything was orchestrated in a certain way for me to overcome. That's a soul contract. That's contract. It's to overcome and learn from the experience and then move forward with it. That's a very deep and heavy program to deprogram yourself and rewire your nervous system for, especially from birth. And at the older that you get, the harder it gets because it's subconscious. Well, thank you, Miss Sparky. I haven't given up yet. I say sometimes I'm done, and the moment that shit really did shift was when I actually meant it on a vibratory state. The time that I was on this channel, like sobbing my eyes out, I'm done. Like I felt it, felt it, felt it, felt it, felt it. And it came from a very deep, authentic spot within my body. I felt it. I felt it. Like, I'm done. I can't live my life like this anymore. Done. Done. I am worthy. I'm worthy of more. I work my ass off. I work my ass off, literally, all day, every day. I'm not seeing the results of that hard work. What needs to change? And it's not necessarily the way I'm thinking, because consciously I'm thinking the best for myself. I'm trying to magnetize positivity. You hit those dark points to point out to you that's where you're stuck. Right now, the collective consciousness is dissolving the old self, the old ways of being. We're seeing more people, from what I'm observing and feeling from the collective, maybe not playing out over here in the movie that's playing out for us, but what I'm feeling is that more and more people are kind of over the dramatics. They're over waiting. They're finally putting their foot down and taking back their power from what they've been giving their power to. And that's the loop of the collective. I energetically shut that off 2 years ago. like officially like cut ties. But I lingered in the energy because I wasn't ready to like move on from all the people, places, and things that I needed at the time to feel comfortable, to have a sense of belonging. When I lost that sense of needing to have to belong and just be like, Allison, you don't belong anyway, whatever, have fun, do you, boo, was when I really relinquished more to the universe. The universe started responding. The universe started giving me more and more and more and more. And now it's like a floodgate opened. I'm finding things every day to refine, retune, recalibrate my frequency and my energy so that my broadcasting system, my nervous system, is filling up more space in the ether. It's filling up more of the collective consciousness. So you broadcasting into the ether, we're broadcasting constantly. When your broadcasting system has a clear signal, there's no static, you're not sitting there with the bunny ears falling off the roof. You're broadcasting clear, you can hear it instantaneously, and you're like, why was I listening to that channel the whole time? There was a plethora of other channels and other things to be listening and tuning into. That's the field of the quantumness that we need to inhabit more. And the more people that do, the more other people are going to start tuning in. The more that light, the more the energy gets out, the further that light goes, the further the signal goes, more people get influenced by it. In terms of the epiphanies, you're the sunlight that grows the seeds that you planted in other people ages ago. Now you are the sun because you are the sun. You embodied that. Now you empowered yourself. Now you got a clear frequency. Now you got clear rays uninterfered by the clouds. You are shining your sunlight, your essence to grow those seeds in others. The more the collective understands this concept, the more people are going to start. And there comes the tree, or there comes the flower, or whatever you planted in somebody. But it only come out when you are a clear signal for others. Not anytime less or sooner than that. Okay, I'm going to do this because it's relevant to what I'm talking about. Okay, this is from Live in Frequency. Your unhealed trauma, how synchronistic is this? They just messaged me this. Literally, I can timestamp this. Louder than your affirmations. You can say, I am worthy 1,000 times, but if your cells in your body are screaming, I'm not safe, that's the frequency the universe is receiving. Here's what nobody tells you. Trauma doesn't just live in your mind, it broadcasts from your body. You're trying to manifest over unprocessed pain, and it's creating electromagnetic interference. This doctor, research proves trauma is stored in your body, alters your nervous system. This is what I've been talking about. Changes your gene expression and creates incoherent broadcasts that sabotage manifestation. And this is what I've been talking about. And this is not like I've been listening to other channels talk about the radio static. Think of it like radio static. Trauma distorts your signal. Your heart wants to broadcast abundance, but the interference scrambles the transmission. The 5 ways trauma sabotages manifestation. Creates unconscious worthiness blocks. Keeps nervous system in survival mode. That's what I'm overcoming right now. Generates incoherent electromagnetic fields. Triggers self-sabotage at breakthrough moments. Makes receiving feel unsafe. Here's the truth. Your trauma isn't your fault, but healing is your responsibility. Not because you're weak, but because you're powerful enough to transform it. Acknowledge where trauma lives in your body. Discharge through somatic practice, shaking, breath work, movement. Rebuild coherent electromagnetic frequency. Trauma is frozen survival energy. You can't think it away. You have to move it through. Once discharged, heart-brain coherence returns. Your magnetic field stabilizes. The static clears. The embodied frequency, and they teach this whole somatic stuff. I mean, this is a really good depiction of this. That's why the quantum unfolding channel is telling you, like, saying affirmations is great, but you gotta feel that you are. You have to feel it. You can't just say, I'm worthy. You have to feel worthy. And then you have to express that with putting your boundaries up. I know I'm worthy of a lot more, and I'm worthy of someone that can love me unconditionally without being belittled and berated and made to feel a certain way. I am worthy of a lot more than what I've had experienced. Now I'm drawing that worthiness in. I am abundant. I am seeing results that I'm clearing that energy and that state by receiving little pings from the universe and help that I never saw coming because I'm not expecting it. It's just showing up. I am enough because I'm worthy. But that's now coming from a place that I know that I am because I'm living it. Your cells are screaming. Your subconscious is this right here. It's your ego. Ego death is brutal. 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 But necessary. And this is the you know, the boards, the what are those called? Holy crap, my words can't come to my brain fast enough. Those stupid boards you put your shit on that you want. If your body is transmitting and broadcasting from a the lack nonsense, that program, this is what happens. You think great things and great thoughts, but you receive nothing. That's why a lot of stuff has not manifested for me because my body, unbeknownst to my consciousness, was broadcasting lack. Not because I wasn't working hard. I work really hard. I love what I do. I'm at my highest excitement, but why hasn't that highest excitement? This is what Bashar is like, oh, you work to your highest excitement, you'll get it. No, if you're broadcasting from an old operating system, the one that no longer serves you, this is what you're getting. Exactly. And in my situation, people have a program of expectations and standards. And when it comes to me, just personally speaking, I am not here to be a conventional person. Yes, in certain dynamics, I want to be a divine feminine and play that role because that's the role that I need to balance myself out with. But that's not to say I'm not going to fix my car and do what I have to do. I'm not going to do that. But I'm not a mind reader either just yet fully to read someone's mind to know how to respond to their expectation or standard. I don't have expectations. I just show up. So when you have a standard or a way of like putting me on a pedestal or putting me and expecting me to respond a specific way and I don't, that's a problem. That's when I become alpha bitch. And this is a beautiful depiction right here. It's not because you're doing like, and this is what a lot of us are overcoming. I'm not alone in this. And this is why I'm being very transparent with my life. It's not to be a victim. It's just to say, look, this is the stuff that I had to deal with, the unworthiness block. That was from my childhood. I had to clear all of that out. And it still echoes, trying to draw me back into that old way of thinking. It's a challenge, and that's really the spiritual battle, if you want to put it that way. The real battle is fighting the old paradigm, the old self. That's a spiritual war. That's the war in itself. You want the best for yourself, but these things are programmed in you. You got to overcome the program. You got to debug yourself. AOL, I've said this ages ago, you're on AOL dial-up. Now it's time to get on the quantum system. Moving on up. But there's a lot of debugging and a lot of installing and deinstalling of programs that no longer work for your system. We have survival mode, receiving blocked, self-sabotage, incoherent fields. And I think that's like a mindset that a lot of men do hold, Sparky. Um, you're co-creating a marriage, a partnership together. You should want to co-create it equally. And not to say that someone has to show up to match that energy in the same fashion by any means, but you show up. And I'm glad you did. So those are really, really good. Go check out Live in Frequency. That's a really good Facebook group. Whoever runs that, they just plague me with DMs. Just like, I can't afford your shit, but I will be happy to spread you out there as much as possible. I cleaned up my desktop, excuse me, my desktop. I cleaned it up and I can't find what I need. Oh, there we are. So guys, give me 2 seconds. I will be right back. I am back. I wish I could play some elevator music. Oh my gosh. Anybody else feeling it? Let's check the Schumann. See how high we're spiking. We're still gritting. We're gritting. So if you're feeling it right now, you're feeling a little different. I've had to embrace the difference. I'm showing up for myself differently. My state of being is different. I'm coming up calmer. Situations that used to bother me are no longer bothering me. I'm letting it go. I'm going with the flow. Does it make it any easier? No, it doesn't. But the way I'm reacting naturally, without forcing it, is coming from a place of peace, acceptance, flow. The frequencies went up and they're at 7.44. And I'm noticing in the electromagnetic background that the bottom green, the bottom there, it keeps shifting up a few brackets up. So whereas before you would see a little bit of green, now you're seeing more and more, and it's fluctuating up. So Gaia is shifting up. The light's coming down. We're gridding. We're bringing in heaven to earth. The frequencies are shifting. And you're also seeing a lot of people transcending at this moment in time because the frequencies, as much as they are high and low and they're shifting every day, they're going to get higher. And they're going to maintain higher for a longer period of time. People's nervous systems will not be able to carry that frequency for much longer. We're seeing a lot of transcension happen. Whether you want to believe that they are here or not, the many worlds interpretation. Interesting. Hang on, folks. You thought that was good? Hang on. Get ready. I have to refresh. No, I have to go here. We're going to read this together. Scientists entered the Fibonacci sequence into a quantum computer, and time started acting strangely. This isn't fiction, it's real. Let's see what they have to say. What happens when you input a famous mathematical sequence into a quantum computer? Scientists did just that with the Fibonacci sequence, and the results were truly bizarre. Instead of just solving equations or making predictions, the quantum computer's behavior led to something even stranger. Time itself started acting in ways no one expected. This is real, not science fiction. The Fibonacci sequence, a series of numbers where each one is a sum of two before it, has been a subject of interest in math and nature for centuries. From the spiral patterns in sunflowers to the growth of leaves, it shows up everywhere. But when scientists fed this sequence into a quantum computer, things took a turn. Time, as we know it, stopped behaving the way it was supposed to. Ooh. What's even more mind-blowing is that this isn't just a glitch or an error. It's a result of the strange and often unpredictable nature of quantum mechanics. In quantum physics, particles can exist in multiple states at once. Superposition! And time itself can behave in unexpected ways. The experiment demonstrated how deeply interconnected everything is at the quantum level, including time. It's an illusion. The discovery challenges everything we thought we knew about the world around us. It shows that even the most established concepts, like time, aren't as straightforward as they seem. What scientists are learning could now open the door to completely new ways of understanding the universe. As researchers dive deeper into the mind-bending results, one thing is clear: we're on the brink of uncovering even greater mysteries. The future of science might be far stranger than we imagine. So right there is you're starting to see, this is what I'm trying to explain to people. Third dimension is bound by certain natural laws and classical systems that have gotten us up to this point. Now we're entering a new cycle, a shift in time space, a shift in density and dimension, and the laws of classical math and classical science is going out the fucking window. And the things that a lot of us have precogged know to be true in our heart spaces, in our knowing, what we get channeled is starting to have some tangibility in the real world. I might not be so crazy after all. I might just be talking legit, straight sanity. Time is an illusion in higher dimensions and densities. It's not measured, meaning observed, the same. For instance, the last time I had a medium read me, and it's the medium that transcended, spoke to my parents. So, like, yeah, time is way what you consider time is not what we measure up here. And time is not even it's a different type of concept where they are in the different dimensional space that they inhabit. Down here, everything is so fucking slow. Sloth pace. It's a sloth's race down here compared to upstairs, where everything is more instantaneous and here, not so much. But we just shifted into Gaia shifted. We're with Gaia, so things are starting to increase, and the laws of nature and the laws of things are being proven. I mean, eventually, I mean, they're still time is still a measurement here. It has to be. It's a part of contrast. It's a part of your understanding of conceptual life. But at this juncture in time, these systems are being tested and being shown to have some validity to it. It's not science fiction anymore when too many people are starting to do very similar experiments and coming out with the same results. Or similar results to prove the same facts. I'm looking to see if there's any more about the planetary alignments. I mean, and this is this stuff is boundless. Boundless, to say the least. And it really becomes up to us to keep pushing forward and not straying away from what we're feeling and what we know inside of ourselves. I never in my life took pause. I love you, Buckshot. Oh my God. I'm going to show this to everybody because I have no choice. Okay, I do have another one. I might make it magical with sparkle shards. See, buckshot just adds flavor to the variety. I love it. Love it. You're amazing. You're amazing. I can't wait for, I really can't wait for tomorrow. I'm pumped. I can't wait to have Arnie on. And if anybody didn't see the show with Arnie and Michael, go check that one out because Arnie talks. Arnie talks. Like like when me and Buckshot and Joey G and Arnie used to do shows, like Buckshot talked a lot sometimes. And Joey and myself and Arnie would just like little peeps. No, Arnie talks. He has a lot of value. And I think the message from everything that right now that's going through the ether is that we all really do need to come together, and we really need to start comprehending the higher perspective. Sorry for what? You're awesome. I mean, I'm losing my New York accent. I coffee, coffee. Like I need my New Yorkers and my Italians. I do. So, I do. I need but tomorrow's going to be phenomenal, and it's going to be on at 4 Central, 5 Eastern. I know everybody's cooking dinner, but you could put us on in the background. I know that Jesse has very similar thinkings and bandwidths of streams and thinkings of me, but we do differ a lot in a lot of the stuff that we do share, which is great. I like difference. I like contrast. Not everybody's going to be on the same page, and not every spiritual person is going to be on the same page. You create your own reality. You perceive it, feel it, embody it, and interpret it the way you do, because you're a special expression of source. And only you are going to perceive it the way you are, because you're in your vehicle. No one else is, unless you are taken over by something. You know, and we got it, and I like the disclosure movement and all those people. The guy that showed up in the chat the other day on Michael's show, you got to see past the alien stuff. Like I even said to Michael off camera, like, sure, you're probably in Orion right now, enjoying yourself in another form, and that's still you in a fractaled form. I'm on the Pleiades. I'm all over the place. I'm jumping around like a crazy person, hopping through portals and wormholes, and who knows what goes on. But I'm aware of it. But I don't make that my story. And I'm not talking about like, oh my gosh, the Sikaar and the Dracos. And sure, I've seen them before. I have. They don't scare me, and I'm not intimidated by that stuff. Stop giving your power away. The war that everybody perpetuates, we wrote. We wrote his story. We wrote our story. We wrote this reality together, co-created it. All of us, all together now. We did. How do I know that? Because we are remembering. If you're not there yet, don't worry, you'll get there. it takes time. Is your soul ready to know the truth? It might not be. You might still be a skeptic. And that's okay. That's how God's expressing through you. There's nothing wrong with that. All that is the one infinite creator, the pleroma, the monad, whatever you want to equate that label to it. You are a unique expression of a bigger totality. You can see the world in any people are freaking wearing colanders on their head and calling them spaghetti monster peoples. It's a religion. There's cults out there. There's craziness out there in this world. It's all co-created. We wrote this story for self-expression, for co-creation, for experience, learning, teaching, and guiding. We wrote this. We wrote everything. That's why when they said we have everything, sure we do. We wrote it. North. But that's the only place my in the room that I sleep in, that's the only direction the bed can go is north. Otherwise the other directions will cause fire because of the heating. Guess where you are? Are you at Trinity? Sorry guys, hang on. Again, a paradigm I'm not feeding into, right? Like, sorry guys, my teacher just texted me and she's not far from me. If you're in my area, Ivy, please get away right now. Um, and the only reason why I'm saying that is do not go on 73rd by my school. Do not go near my school. My teacher just informed me, she's like, just be like on higher alert. There was a drive-by and they heard gunshots going past her window and she's off of 73rd. I'm not going to give exact locations here, but near my school. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Which one? Viking or Marine? Actually, that prompts me. Um, I don't need any more of my windows because my house is full of windows. Having a boom boom go through it. I'm thankfully the one wall that does not have the window is right here, but there is one right there, but it's not on street level. Oh, got you. Got you. Oh, okay. Remember, girl, come from that nervous system of calm and peace and love. Yeah. Wow. And the cops just got to her house. Yeeps. Yeeps. Yeah, this mm-hmm. That's why I'm strapped. I need a shotgun though. That I need to buy later in life when I am financially sovereign and being the badasser bitch that I am. And my M4. I want my M4. And I want my GTO P11 211 SIG. I like my guns. Sorry not, but I'm not irresponsible. There are people out there that are though. Woo! My teacher's blowing me away right now. Sorry, guys. Hi, Barbara. My teacher is dealing with a drive-by shooting here. Welcome to Indiana. I'm just happy it didn't happen on my block. And OMG. Sorry, this is like up to minute to minute. Thank goodness my teacher's family has video video cameras showing the insanity. Holy shit. Getting real-time shit. Here's the thing. We're all protected into a certain extent. Whatever the contract that we wrote with Source is playing out. There has to be a reasoning for it all. And there has to be a reason why people feel the need to unleash deadly firearms on such things. Yeah, there's the sirens. Do not go near 73rd, Ivy, if you're in my area. Or if you know anybody in my area to tell them not to go anywhere near near here. I'm sure I just heard the siren, so they're probably shutting down the road. Fun. Another one, if I don't know if you guys can hear it. That's a fire truck. Yep. Crazy for feeling banana nuts. Yeah, there's some crazy energy going on. Like when the bullet went through my house, I thought it was a misfire. Like in my area, you cannot be shooting guns. Like they don't allow that. In the county where I go to the range, when you have really big open land, you can shoot your firearms. Um, it's not unheard of, like going down to Rensselaer and down south, further south in Indiana. It's not unsound that you hearing gunshots. People are in their backyards on their property. You can hear the echoes. That is normal. Here is more residential, and there is no reason for you unless there's a animal that's going banana nuts to be taking out your firearm. When the bullet hit through my house, I didn't know that it came through my kitchen. I thought it came from the back because I heard the pop in the back. I thought it came from outside from the back in my backyard because I have more land in my backyard than I do in my front. Oh, hell no, it went through my whole house. It went through my whole house. I could have been killed. Um, thank my teacher and everybody in her house is fine. But they're going through her surveillance videos right now, and they saw like the fire shots going off, the fire from the gun going off. And she's like, now the cops found some shell casings. And I'm like, is that on your property? Like for me, at least I have a weapon to have my odds equaled. But if someone's shooting up the area, like there's nothing really you could do about it. Really? I I mean, I'm not gonna lie. Like right before I moved out of Staten Island, I mean, gunshots were a normal thing. I hate to say it, but where I lived, I wasn't that far from what we consider a housing project. You heard gunshots, like there's no mistaking it. Um, it was a normal thing, like coming out here, it wasn't like an anomaly for me to hear stuff, but like to have a bullet go through your house. And and to this day, I don't know if that was an intentional someone trying to get me. No idea. Because the way it came into my house, the way it came in through the window, there is no way it was from where they said it came from. Zero possibility. Oh, yeah, there's not much down there. Yeah, my teacher, they're still investigating. They only found what she was saying. They found 2 shells, but there was at least 6 shots. I don't, but that's not okay. Um, my teacher has a 2-year-old, still a baby. You don't, you should want to feel safe. And when you're hearing stuff like that in a residential area, in you know, it's not good. Not good. I mean, what went through my house, I'm like, I still have a broken window. But whatever. I'm not gonna worry about it. It'll get fixed when it gets fixed. Be a good girl. I'm collapsing my reality of financial abundance. I'm tuning my heart space every day, multiple times a day, holding my heart and broadcasting out. That's the goal. It's the broadcast system that I'm broadcasting from. Why are ears so ridiculously hard? They are, they're hard. Ears are not fun. I got to see Ivy for the gong bath that we just had on Saturday. We had a full moon ceremony and we did a gong bath that was so needed on my end. I needed that so bad. It was so good. And then a couple of things with this cosmic energy happening. Needed to get addressed on the quantum field. I have to heal some stuff. I have to heal this stuff that's not authentic, and I have to delete it out of my field. That's what I've been told to do. Getting yours done. Getting hair done. My teacher is like, I'm not going to be able to sleep tonight. And I want to say, at least you have my poor teacher. Oh my gosh. Sorry, guys. Insanity happening in my area. Hi. It's a smudge device and it works. It's going to be 61 here tomorrow, guys. 61. And the frequency went back down to 726. So the frequencies are jumping like cray-cray. And we're not spiky spikes, but we're still gritting. We're still griddles. Griddles. So is anybody else feeling shifty? Unexpected blessings happening. Anybody? I don't believe I believe more of you are not, you're not sharing. You're not sharing with me. Are you guys manifesting amazement, abundance, happy fun? And just to go back, just to refresh anybody that's new watching, go vote for Freya. My little girl's in America's Favorite Pet competition. There's 8 more days. So if you could do it every day, that'd be a blessing and amazement. Freya, the cutie little patootie, is playing with my Christmas hat right there. She grabbed it. It was cute and cuddly waddly. Oh, that's nice. I have to find out the next time I get paid. I supposedly get a raise this year. We'll see what that looks like. If it's 25 cents, I will faint. That's awesome. See, I like visiting Florida. I don't want to, it depends where you are. I can't deal with hurricanes. So go vote for Freya. Tomorrow I'm going to be on with Arnie and Jesse Blaze. And that's going to be a really phenomenal show. It's going to be off the cuff fun. Come join us. And here's a new, I just got this just in from Live in Frequency. Just in. Your vitality is voltage. Low energy isn't a character flaw, it's a nervous system issue. Dysregulated equals constant discharge, energy hemorrhage, battery draining. Regulated, energy circulation, power generated, battery charging. You don't need more coffee. You need nervous system optimization. That's probably why I'm so tired is I'm doing this now. I'm still purging. Your cells are the power source. Regulation is the charger. So I'm still decohering and dissolving some stuff in my field. Yeah, so this is pretty accurate from where my standpoint. And you're going to feel tired when you're doing this type of work and coming into your heart space and like tuning into the life you're living already and you're observing it and you're bringing it to you. You still have to decohere systems and programmings and redo your nervous system that's been in a certain mode probably your whole life. So I'm in that stage right now. I'm still decohering and getting rid of, but I'm still now tuning into the frequency of no static. I'm getting little pings each day and it takes time. This stuff doesn't come overnight. This stuff doesn't happen overnight. It takes time. So that's when the spiritual patience that everybody tells you about, if you're doing the work, you're decohering from shit that no longer serves you. You're tuning into a better broadcast. You're jamming. You're going with the flow. You're rolling with your homies. You keep doing that each day and showing up for yourself each day, but in a refinement, in a recalibrated state. Right now, I'm in calibration. I'm still transforming. I'm still in the void. I'm in the soup. But once I come out of the soup, this shift is just the beginning. The test is living from that new state of being and holding it, not collapsing back and being magnetized or drawn back to the old state. Does that make sense? Okay. I thought I heard noise. It's one of those things that in my lifetime, it's not just about this body. And that's where the quantum physics doesn't really solve that spiritual component to it. You're also in this experience that we all chose to inhabit these bodies. We're not just decohering from this lived experience. That's another layer to this that quantum isn't, I'm not seeing in the articles. We're also decohering from other lives that are currently being lived. You're conscious only in this branch of reality. Most people are only aware of what's going on in this reality. Some of us have the unknowing, the understanding, we get the snapshots, we have awareness of the multidimensionality that we are, but most people don't. And in most people, they're not recognizing that not everything that you're clearing is from this life. It's from multiple lives. And that's what I have to keep telling myself. Like, why hasn't this shit worked? Because I'm not just decohering from this life. I'm decohering from all the lives that I am merging with. Your higher self is composed of a lot of fractals. You're integrating those fractals and you're doing the shadow work to heal that ripple of time space and this ripple of time space and those ripples of time space. If you read Reconstructing Reality, the masculine and the feminine go androgyny, but they can decohere out of each other. And then they go separately to go down to the lives they lived as a feminine or a masculine. And each of the lives, they're a spirit guide and they're bringing love into the equation. They're healing things out of the space of love, not fear. The results might look the same. It might feel the same. But you're doing it from a higher dimensionality. So you're coming down and the civil war, that life, this life, that one, this one, that one. All the third dimensional lives, that higher self is coming down and healing and coming down as a guide. Time is retroactive. What your higher self is doing in the healing state that it's doing it in consciously over there, it's affecting us. What we do here is affecting down there, the other aspects of us in the lower dimensions. Time collapses on itself. That's what's gridding. Time, the higher density is merging down here. And those light spikes and the gridding keeps coming down in the chart. The light codes are going to go all the way down because it has to hit all the way down. But you're seeing like light spikes happening in the grid. It's gridding because it's not just shooting down, it's coming across. So we're all working on different dimensionalities of self. That's what a lot of these aren't talking about on the spiritual component. What it's saying is true. You need to regulate your nervous system. I'm doing that right now. I'm making every attempt not to come out of when shit hits the fan. I'll say I need help, but not coming from a victimization standpoint, but from like a legit, like, I need help. And not because I'm in lack, because I'm not there yet. It's going to arrive. It has arrived. I have to merge with it. And I can't doubt it. But the programming is still decohering out of my field. We can't do caterpillar things no more. The caterpillar is now in soup. It's becoming the butterfly. It's transforming. We are transforming. It's a process. It doesn't happen overnight. That stupid flash everybody talks about, and I call it stupid because it's not going to be experienced by everybody, but people are selling it like that. That's what their guides or whoever is telling them. That's for a certain amount of people, not for everybody. But you're going to get gypped of the process of learning how to navigate through these really difficult energies. You have to learn somehow. This is next level training that we're all going to traverse at some point in time when you are ready. And if you're not already in the process, we're all at different stages of that process. I am in the middle. It is not a comfortable place to be. This is why a lot of us had to go back into hermit land and sit with ourselves and do a lot of healing, a lot of growth, a lot of refinement and recalibrating of our systems, not just your DNA activating, not just the codes and the downloads and uploads activating. Yeah, that helps. But if your nervous system is dysregulated, if your radio station needs the bunny antennas to get a clear signal, it's going to be more of the same. And if humanity doesn't wake the fuck up, it will. And put differences aside and start seeing bigger pictures, start seeing the roles everybody is playing, and stop feeding time loops, we might just shift quicker. But collectively, not individually, quit in succession with humanity, we determine that's our free will as a collective to go faster or slower. And we've been on the slow route. And it's not been easy. It has not been easy. It's been a very, very difficult journey for most of us. But we all can do the work in the now moment to refine our energy. And take the bull by the horns and the horse with the unicorn horn and shift out of this bitch. I recommend watching the quantum unfolding videos that I've been posting. They have different meditative modalities. Oh God. Chicken buck buck. Chicken buck buck, chicken buck buck, chicken buck buck. Chicken emojis. Chicken buck buck, chicken buck buck, chicken buck buck. Chicken, chicken. So not only am I live today, I'm going to be live tomorrow. And I'm going to be live on Friday. You get me live 3 times. Okay. I feel compelled to draw cards because we're getting close to the end here. And Unicorn Horse is going to have to wait. I do. Look. Let's see. You got some silver elements happening. I have to fill in more black, by the way. Behu. Prosperity. This rune card signifies wealth, material possessions, and success in business. Owning cattle was a sign of wealth in ancient times, and this inevitably forces interpretation of the rune's meaning on matters concerning money, property, and new income sources, or perhaps the need for them. However, it can also indicate forms of wealth that money cannot buy, such as good health, love, and happiness, and serve as a reminder to be grateful for the things in our lives that we may be taking for granted. The need for generosity, sharing your good fortune, or taking time out to help others is another facet of this rune. Additionally, Fehu may symbolize exciting new beginnings. This new beginning could be a new business venture, but it can also point to the need to define your life less by outward show and more by the things that are priceless. Yes. The sheriffs are on the helicopter. Shit's getting real around here. Hopefully I have work tomorrow. Literally happened up the block from my school. Yay. Come on, knock on my spiritual door. I'll be waiting for you. Chicken, buck, buck, buck. Good energy too. Doo 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 doo. I know I'm crazy. I pulled this card the last time we did a reading. That's a good sign. That means the energy is still in flow. Let me puff. Bath coal. Eschew complicated explanations as you seek the simplicity of the deepest truth of your heart. Gently but firmly cast aside high spirit, that which does not resonate or being true for your heart. Focus upon and speak from a higher spiritual perspective. All prayers are answered at the perfect time, in perfect way. You have a powerful voice, which can foster healing and wisdom on our planet. And this is what's hitting a lot of us energetically right now with Venus and Mars. It's hitting us hard because that's one of the major growth patterns my soul needed in this lifetime, is to complete all the karma of negativity with the soulmates, the twins, and the karmics. I think I did a phenomenal job at this point at 42 and still single like a Pringle. I think I did a good job. But this is what the collective is going through right now. We're supposed to start finding, if you haven't found it already, your divine complement. Your divine complement doesn't need to be romantic. It could be an animal. It could be a person, a friend, a coworker. Soulmates doesn't necessarily mean romantic. Doesn't mean your husband, your wife. It could be anybody. When they say twin flame, that's your fractal in another person that's alive that you have to heal. That's what I need to heal. But I have boundaries. I am worthy. I have the value that I'm resonating and tuning into a higher broadcasting system. I'm regulating my nervous system. I'm coming from the quantum field of expression. I am broadcasting peace, prosperity, abundance, and love. And I'm working on that every day. And in that void soup, I am decohering what no longer serves my nervous system. Getting back to the card. When she whispers to your heart, you feel it as an inner knowing, a truth. To honor that inner knowing likely requires a confrontation of fear or moving in unexpected directions. Even so, the deep resonance of her truth is more powerful than the resonance we may initially feel as we let go of our limited perspectives and allow ourselves to be guided by spirit. The spiritual voice of Beth Cole is always true, always healing and always in harmony with the higher loving plan of the universal heart. Hers is the healing sound, the voice of divine prophecy, which not only tells what shall be, but through speaking of the highest potential, creates a blessing which manifests, I'm going to say the observer collapses, the ultimate goodness within us. The Oracle of Beth Cole indicates a voice that is true and needs to be acknowledged. This may be a voice in your own heart, which needs to be heard without judgment or censorship. And that's where a lot of people get stuck, because a lot of people can't face the crap that they are. And it's not to say you're an evil being, you're a bad person. That's just to say we all have flaws, we all have programs, and we're sticking with the program. Let's decohere from that negative program and let's reorganize and collectively and individually clear and decohere that program. It may be an intuitive inner knowing to be recognized. It may be a loving and helpful voice of a reliable guide or a friend whom you know can be trusted. It may be a teaching from a dream or an insight from a meditation or even an inkling that certain happenings or sightings are signs from the universe to help you on your life path. Beth Cole is a clear voice of communication between humanity and higher beings. When she called upon, She will assist a human to accurately interpret a sign or an omen. That's coming from. Her voice brings clarity. Therefore, this oracle indicates a time of confusion is swiftly coming to an end. The oracle also encourages you to practice your power of discernment. Filter ego from heart. If a point of view lowers your vibration, makes you feel negatively about yourself or another, increases your confusion, or makes matters seem more complicated, it's likely to be ego-driven viewpoint. You need to settle yourself on more authentic spiritual ground. And really, that's the crux of this card. And that's the crux of what we're all going through right now. And we didn't even get into we didn't even get there yet. It's in February when Mr. Firehorse comes in and says, F you, I'm clearing that snake. We had to shed our skins. We had to shed everything that no longer serves our paradigm. We have to shed everything in the collective that is not working for us. There it goes. Is that easy? Not at all. It's not easy. It takes work. And are you willing to do the work? It's work worth doing. It's work that each and every one of us is capable of doing if you can put your ego down. You still need your ego to survive in this human shell. You still need your ego. You need your ego. You need your ego. I'm going to keep repeating that. It's how you use it that makes the difference. It's how you project yourself out into the world that matters. So make sure when you're going out and doing your life and experiencing this world, you're doing it from an authentic place, that you're not devaluing yourself. You're not giving into the ego telling you you're not good enough and you're not this. And, you know, you got to conform to social norms that don't define you. I live a very unique and different life. I do things unconventionally. I'm supposed to walk the path less traveled. That's what I chose for my life. And I chose it in a soul sense that I'm not supposed to know. I'm supposed to relinquish and surrender. That's not easy because it really can represent complacency, and it could look like stagnation. It could look like I'm not putting effort into jack shit. It could show in many different ways from a conventional standpoint, from a social norm standpoint, that, okay, I got to think of another way that no one really has yet touched to do something. That's not easy. And it's not supposed to be easy. But from an outside perspective, from a normal person living a social norm of 3D, it looks like you're not trying hard enough. You should be getting another job. You should be doing this and you should be doing that. And there's the judgments. Look, if 50 applications didn't land me a job, it's not because I'm not I'm stupid or not incompetent or not worthy of them. They're not meant to be for me. The universe is trying to shift me into another direction. Everything has divine orchestration and everything has a reasoning for occurring, especially in the quantum field. You are the observer of your reality. You have a knowing and an intuition that you use. You just have to fine tune your nervous system to make it work for your favor. You have to decohere from that. Bye, Auntie Amy. Little Thor will be on for Thor's Day. I saved a video. No Baby P tonight and no Little Thor today. I didn't see him. I just got back to work from vacay. So times like me going out and feeding him was at different times. So we'll get back to a groove with the little guy for sure. So if you are not subscribed, please subscribe and watch my other work. And if you feel so inclined, hype. Subscribe. It's free. Like is free. If you would like to have cute tampon emojis and cute Freyas and cute little Thors with the Saint Germain of the Violet Flame and added on is baddie emojis. More is coming. When I get more members, I will get more emoji spots. I'm trying to get chicken and I'm trying to get Pinky. Pinky the flamingo. But the photos, every time I upload one, the photos they don't take. They don't take. 4D got a little taste of my presentation. It has to be revamped now since there is such a term as quantum spirituality. Quantum spirituality and then quantum clairvoyance. Even if they're hypothetical or mystical or the science world hasn't come to terms with it, it's still a term and it's in use and it can be found. So I got to revamp that now. And make that the starting point in a sense. And then get into like some definitions and then get into the spirituality of that and then go back and forth. So I have to kind of revamp. I am nowhere near done, but you guys got a little taste, 4D members got a little taste of that curriculum I am writing. And then eventually I'm going to put it out for everybody because it needs to be out there. Brian Scott of the Reality Revolution is actually recapitulating his meditations because he finally comes into the awareness of the quantum stuff and is like, there's another you that already has it. That's what Neville Goddard was talking about. We just have to refine our words. If you're a Neville Goddard fan, it's quantum physics. The only difference is it's the way you're terming your wants. You're observing your higher self from superposition. What do you want? But what does your soul want? What do you believe you can obtain? Right? If you want to obtain the riches of the world, you got to do a lot of work to obtain it. I'm not saying it's impossible. People get opportunities all the time that holy crap, they escalate. But what do you believe for yourself? Start there. Then you can observe the reality where that self has everything you know, knowing, not ever doubting yourself that you can obtain. That's magic in itself, right there. Knowing that that's a potential outcome, knowing that that's obtainable. It's a goal you know you could strive for and get, whether you believe in quantum superposition or not. When you want to bring something into your life, you got to start in places yourself, your unconscious, subconscious knows you can obtain. For me, I want an SUV that's four-wheel drive and that can drive in this crazy nutty weather around here. My car fishtails and doesn't ride well. I want a safe vehicle. I'm not being specific. I'm not expecting how it's showing up, but somehow an opportunity is going to present itself that I'm going to get the car that I need, the vehicle, the SUV, whatever I want. That's obtainable. I know in my mind, I cannot doubt that reality. I can't doubt that potentiality because eventually this car is not going to work at all and I won't be able to afford it. And I'm just going to need to find another car. That's reality, right? I'm being logical with what I'm trying to bring in. Opportunities. If I don't put myself out there, I don't draw them in. So I had an opportunity yesterday. Thanks to Arnie, I got to do a show with Michael Zinn, and I might be doing many more. Someone might see that show and want me on their channel, and I explode that way. Someone might see my website that's an art director that wants a few of my pieces in a show, and a few of them hit over a who knows, someone want to buy my work for six figures. I'm arriving at the reality where my art business is making six figures. Do you see how that works? It's nothing outside of the realm of impossibility for me. I'm observing the reality that I have my husband, that I'm happy, that I am overflowing in abundance of prosperity and feeling and helping other people. That's how it works. If you think you can get the mansion and get all that, you can stair step to those things. It's not to say once you obtained and know your power and obtain what you collapsed into reality, sky's the limit. You can go again and sit in superposition and go, okay, now I'm observing the reality. You got to do it in stair steps. That to me is what resonates with my soul. It might not resonate with your soul, and that's okay. You got to go within and do the work for yourself. I'm doing the work on myself to clear out all the things that no longer serve me, the people, places, and things that are not doing what it needs to do. And I'm just allowing the flow of the universe to happen each day. But I also have to show up each day to cohere to the frequency of authenticity to broadcast to the ether. So be authentic. Get creative. Look, he has some sparkle now. He got some silvery sparkles. Silvery sparkles. It's hard to see in I don't got the right lighting. We're gonna get there. And be lady, we're almost there. I gotta smooth out a lot of that, but we're almost there. So I hope all of you got some wisdom tonight, and I see a lot of spirit behind me. What else is new? I hope each and every one of you is doing the work and that be gentle with yourself. I'm doing the best that I can to be gentle with myself, having compassion for myself, giving myself and making allowance to rest. Thank you, Ashmaya. This is going to be a time for you to go into yourself and take things slow. As some of us fire signs want everything really quickly, I've been waiting my whole life. And now that I have the code, I'm working at it. I'm not perfect. I'm human, and I'm doing everything in my power to block that echo of the past. Obsolete code, dead past. Bye. That's where your boundaries need to come in. So I'm going to leave it here, guys. Please don't forget to like, share, subscribe, hype. Also, check out the show I did with Michael Zinn. The link is on my Facebook, I believe, and my Telegram channel. And I might have linked it in the community tab. Maybe. But also go subscribe to their channels. It's important to start supporting others who are in the same movement as us, and you might resonate with as well. We like to spread and love everybody who is supportive of me and us. So please go do that. Please vote for Freya Cat. Vote for Freya. Vote for Freya. Look at this cute little patootie face. She lava wabbas you. I made her an angel. Send me an angel right now. There's my cosmic angel right there. Go vote for her. I have 8 more days. I'm in third. Third. That would be great. Also, tomorrow at 4 p.m. Central, 5 Eastern, our very own Arnie Layton and Jesse Blaze Snyder. His daddy is D. Snyder. How awesome is that? We'll be on this channel. We're going to be talking spiritual fun. It's off the cuff. There's no topic. It's just we're going to flow. And it's going to be fantastic. Just like the last time they came on the show, it was amazing. Love the energy those two bring to the table. And I'm hoping to bring more people on this channel to doing podcasts. I want to grow. So we're going to get there. And I couldn't do this without all of you beautiful souls in this community. I really thank you so much for giving me your time, your ears, your attention, your everything. Seriously, from the bottom of my heart, I thank you. I appreciate each and every one of you. I am grateful for you guys. I couldn't have this. I would still be doing it, by the way. But it's more impactful when more people are joining me in the chat and we're sharing each other's experiences. We're giving words of wisdom. We're giving advice. We're giving different perceptions. We're just sharing. And the more people that can open up, because I'm not the only one with a voice, all of you have it too. And we are supposed to be seeding everybody. And when that clear frequency comes in, that seed's going to start growing, and those people are going to need some guidance and need a direction. Here we are, ready for them, because we prepared the ground. And my journey is not just my journey, it's our journey. I'm just giving you my unique perspective. And with that, sending each and every one of you love, light, compassion, grace, shielding, and protective energy. Please go within. Be the shoulders. Be the lighthouses. Sprinkle and seed your truths respectfully. Light that path forward. Don't forget to ring that little bell icon, the little dingling ling 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 on my channel so that you know when I go live. Unlike other people, I don't have restream or stream whatevers, and it's hard to sync a live with what I have, and I just go live. I put it on social media, find me. But please go check out my other stuff. Little Freya, little Baby P, and Little Thor have not been getting much love on the shorts. It's okay, but I like to spread joy in that way too. Please be safe, be seen, and I'm praying for my teacher. I'm putting the energy out there. I'm bubbling her house, that she's going to have a safe night. No more pew-pews and drive-bys, especially in this area. I'm hoping that I have a safe night. I don't know what's going on around here, but I am safe. I am protected. And so will all of you. Please have a blessed and beautiful night wherever you are. And I hope to see you on the next one. I'll be live tomorrow and on Friday. So see you then, and bye for now.